Good morning. Oh, another fun day of driving. Tracy, Rose came over and offered to give Tracy a ride so they can have a little girl time and whatnot. So Tracy's riding with Rose today. She might be riding tomorrow. Well, thank you. I appreciate being your favorite. The area had me busy today. Well, thank you very much. Trying to get rid of some of that glare.
Use the left lane to turn toward North Platte.
One of these days I'll get to fixing on my stuff. Isn't that always how it is? The mechanic's vehicle always comes in last.
Turn left.
I'm riding a little bit behind the convoy right now because I wanted to stop and dump my tanks and fill up my freshwater tanks in my camper. There probably are honest mechanics, you know. It's just when you're in that industry, you get pressured into doing upsells, and you know, I mean, that's companies need to make money, you know, and it's you know, if you don't produce, you know, then they're not happy with you. So it's not that by nature they want to be dishonest, it's they're kind of motivated to do it, you know, unfortunately. You know, I'm pretty sure there's honest mechanics out there in the world, you know. So what's the topic for today? Thank you very much. Any of you guys see the video about the Mechanics Fund and Cash App by chance?
For 116 miles, continue straight. Cash App, somebody started calling it, well, Trucker G looked at my Cash App. We had a meeting on the bus, you know, and he made the statement, you know, I've seen, you know, $3,000 worth of parts go into vehicles, and they left it at that. So really that was, I mean, I don't know if they'll come out and publicly say it, but that's what happened, you know. And they decided that's a possibility. I can tell her that you guys said it, but really, you know, my Cash App never was supposed to be the Mechanics Fund. Somebody started calling it the Mechanics Fund. It was my Cash App for me, and I was choosing to help people out that I felt pretty much had no other options. You know, that's kind of what it was. People that, you know, were going to be, they just didn't have the financial resources to do that. When they started calling it the Mechanics Fund, then I started getting
other requests for vehicles that I wasn't even involved working on. So it was like, this was to help me fix vehicles that I was working on that I happened to find that I knew that they were, going to be in a really hurting shape. So that kind of was what it was. So, Hippie Mama and the bus, even though they technically are not involved with the mechanics fund, they all discussed it. Felt that for transparency, so that anybody that donates knows exactly if it's specifically going to that or if it's going to me, and then it's up to my best judgment. Sasnak's cash was used on parts. That's what bought the dolly. That's what bought the tires and rims for the dolly. Like I said, we've been on the road for over 2 months. Or we've been doing this stuff for a couple of months now. There's been expenses, so that's where it went. And like we said, even Trucker G acknowledged the fact that he's seen that the parts have gone into vehicles, and that's the money he was talking about when he said $3,000. So he wasn't really too worried about. He wasn't too really worried about my Cash App, because he could see that there wasn't a lot there, and he could see where the purchases all were. So it really wasn't an issue. It really comes down to, it seems like there was only basically one person that was making a big stick, and this new mechanics fund, now kind of puts my Cash App back where it was supposed to be. It was never supposed to be a mechanics fund. Somebody just started calling it that, and then people got the wrong idea, and people were hitting me up and trying to deal with that, and it's like, so it's actually turned out to be a good thing, and I'm actually pretty supportive of it, because now, if you donate to the actual mechanics fund in the video, Hippie's going to be handling all that, and that's going for parts, that's going for tools. Well, I don't know about tools. I don't know exactly what they're going to do with it. I wasn't part of that. I'm just trying to help get the word out to kind of show that there is a separation between mine and theirs. I don't know how they're going to handle it. That's 100% on them. I think it's a good thing that account's out there, and that's available to Monkey, and that's available to Dennis, and I guess it's available to me too. That brings my Cash App back to anything that's donated to me. You're trusting me to make my best decision with what to do with it. If I choose to buy parts, like I've done, this whole time, I can do that. If I need to buy a pair of shoes, you guys all saw me hobbling around over at the drag strip. I bought a pair of shoes. So, that's kind of the situation with it. So, yeah, it's all good. So, next topic. Mike, Sasnak handed it to Mike because they couldn't find me, and then Mike handed it to me. So that's how that ended up working out. Sasnak, I was the only person that was doing, at that point in time, I was the only person doing any mechanic stuff. It was only, the convoy doesn't want to be involved in any aspect of repairs, because then if something were to go wrong, they could be liable. So that's why it's supported or endorsed by the convoy. So that's kind of how that situation turned out. Is the only reason it was in Mike's hand was because they couldn't find me at the time. I believe I was working on something, most likely, and then I got with Mike later, and he handed it to me. Technically I do, because all the transactions went through Cash App, so the paper receipts are actually redundant because all the transactions went through Cash App anyways, so it really actually isn't that big of an issue. And then on top of it, if nobody really seemed very concerned about it. At least they didn't see it. After Trucker G looked at my Cash App, that was it. That literally was the end of it. There was no other discussion. He made his statement, and we all went on with our lives. So, like I said, being that that most of the receipts are AutoZone, O'Reilly's, Walmart, I ended up giving Lisa cash for the parts that she bought from O'Reilly's, and David money for his bill from U-Haul for renting that trailer for Dustin. Pretty much everything's been accounted for, so it's not really a major thing. And then on top of it, if I have to, I can get the receipts from O'Reilly's Advanced and Walmart as reprints. So again, it wasn't really that big of a deal. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I didn't think about it. I've never done this before. I've never been involved in doing jail time. Yeah, okay. You keep talking like that, you can just go. I appreciate you guys sitting here and telling me that, yeah, I may have made a mistake, and yeah, I might need them for taxes. And I'm not too worried about it because, like I said, I can get reprints. So that's probably what I'll do, because it's all going to be in the systems of the stores I bought stuff from, which, like I said, is O'Reilly's, AutoZone, Advance, Napa, and they were all under my account. So I saw the info there, Jeff. So it's not really an issue. But I think the people that are sitting here telling me about the IRS, that is an aspect that I thought about. Taxes, I didn't even think about, I might have to write those off as deductions. So thank you for pointing that out. That probably means I probably should go get reprints, and I will. It's in a nationwide system. I can go back home and go to O'Reilly's, AutoZone, and Advance and get all the receipts reprinted. So again, it really is not that big of a deal. The nice thing is there's a digital paper trail either way on all of that. So on to the next topic. Good morning. Wind is bad today, but at least it's on the passenger side today, so I don't have to listen to it rumbling in my ear. That's nice. Jeff, I saw that you texted. I'll check it out when I get closer. I still got a fuel stop at 102 miles, and then I've got the rest of the drive. The ambulance was back up and going, whatnot. She was advised to kind of romp on it a little bit more, to try to get the carbon out of the motor. I believe carbon deposits, she was told to drive it a little bit more
aggressively up hills. She started doing that, and the transmission went out. You know, all the issues with the motor have been sorted out. Talked to professional diesel techs. We ended up finding out that the 7.3 really doesn't like being run low on oil, because what ends up happening is which then oxidizes it, so it basically becomes fizzy like soda. And when it goes up through the high pressure oil pump that pumps the injectors, that pumps it up to 3,000 psi. Well, if you've got air in that oil, when it tries to pump it, it compresses the air and doesn't push enough pressure to release the fuel. So, so the advice that we got from to run it a little low on oil to check to see if there was fuel getting into the oil was bad advice, basically. So that was kind of bad advice. We said we changed the oil, we checked it. I've got a sample of it with me. We're going to have it tested, make sure 100% that there is no fuel in the oil. But after adding more oil, the thing ran great. Everything was fine. You know, the new fan was installed. You know, whatever the case. And as a 20-year-old vehicle is, her transmission just went out. You know, the newer aggressive driving style to try to, as this other person said, you know, clean out the motor, probably was just a little bit too much for that old of a transmission, and it failed. Well, here's the situation right now. Jeff, our favorite moderator, well, no, I can't say that. No, they're all good. I'm teasing. My parts guy, my favorite parts guy. He just happens to be my moderator. Moderator's mad at me. That wasn't, no. He's actually been calling around and getting a couple of shops into a bidding war to take the ambulance, because there's going to be streamers that are going to cover this. It's going to be good for the shop to get the recognition. It's basically free advertisement, so on and so forth. So right now what we're doing is we're just towing it to DC, because we're going to end up in the same situation where we're going to have a base camp and we're going to be there for a while. So right now this is giving us time. Tracy does have whatever that link is, like for the mechanics fund, where it's like a bank-to-bank transfer. She does have that option. So, you know, if it becomes a time that we start asking for donations for Tracy, because the shop isn't going to do it completely free, or whatever the case, but that's our goal. We've actually beat them down quite a bit, according to Jeff. But if we do get to a point, you know, with the publicity and basically the free advertisement for their shop, that it costs nothing, well, then it's fine. But if there's a number at that point in time, you know, we would sit here and put it out there, and then you guys can wire it directly to Tracy. So, well, I don't want to put that stuff out there right now until it's all been confirmed and the ink is out there, and, you know, it is what it is. You know, I appreciate you going out there and saying that, Jeff, but, you know, I want to make sure it's solidified, talk to them, you know, get a handshake on it, and, you know, basically have the vehicle there, you know. So, yeah, you know, so, I mean, that's what we're working on right now. We don't know, you know. That's where we're at. So I'm trying to work the problem. You know, she's riding on the ambulance. You know, that's giving us time to deal with this, and you know, hopefully everything will be just fine. You know, that's what we're trying to do here. You know, we're trying to do it, you know, where, you know, everybody wins in the situation. The shop gets free advertisement. You know, they get to do a good thing. They, you know, the parts to do the job is not that expensive. It's the labor. You know, it's it's the labor that's involved. So, you know, for a shop to do it, they're basically just giving away free labor. They're going to do it in their off time, after work, after hours. You know, maybe it may take them, you know, a couple of weeks to do it because they'll do it in between jobs. But like I said, we're not going anywhere, or, you know, once we get to DC for a while. So we don't know. I don't know yet. They haven't released it. I'm not in that inner circle, so I don't know anything more than what the website says. But, you know, it's going to be a town, hopefully a little closer than Hagerstown, you know, but we're not going to be in DC camping. We're going to be somewhere in a surrounding town, you know. So that's where we're at with the ambulance, basically, is that, you know, mechanically, engine-wise, I think we sorted out all the problems. You know, I think the advice that she got, that to drive it a little bit more aggressively, to try to clean the motor out, you know, just was kind of the death nail of the transmission. You know, if this was just a normal everyday car, then I understand some of the comments, you know, about people saying, well, just go get another one, so on and so forth. But if you actually look up the market of these ambulances used for hers is a 2002, spec'd out the ways hers is, without, you know, whatever the case. I mean, it's not just a simple, easy vehicle to replace. So, like I said, I personally feel that this is the best option. You know, it gives us time to work on the problem, and she still gets to stay with the convoy, which is what she wants. And we get this fixed, and everybody in the end is happy. She's not a homeless. I guess that it's what's considered. She's a nomad. It's the same thing as if your parents buy a Class A motorhome and they just travel the country in that's her motorhome. She's got it set up. She's got a bathroom. She's got a sink. She's got every convenience that you basically have in an RV. That's just a smaller package. It's not as big of a vehicle. It's just, that's her RV. So I wouldn't say she's homeless. She's what's called a nomad. She's retired. She gets her Social Security checks, and she chooses to spend her retirement years going across the country and seeing different places and different sites. So, well, her home is her ambulance. So, what did X-Ray pay $500 to pay to a mechanic for? Just out of curiosity. Tried to come to me, and again, that was where it was kind of the thing when they'd say her name. They tried to come to me for that, and I'm like, that's not what mine was, to help people that didn't have streamers, didn't have anybody that would be willing to donate to them, people that were just, whatever. I'm glad it all got worked out for X-Ray. I'm glad I was able to fix all of his electrical issues under his hood and get his engine running right with and get the check engine light turned off. I know Dennis was working on his truck for quite a while. I think he started off in Hagerstown with spark plugs, then they did coil packs, and I know that was a long road that X-Ray was sitting here trying to fight that check engine light. So I'm glad I was able to finally come in there and get it working for him right, and sort out all that check engine light problem for him, and now the engine runs perfect. So that's awesome. Yeah.
to check them. You know, if they show signs of leaking, you definitely got to check them. I checked that's a good reminder. I should probably check it at some point, because it's done a lot of miles. I should probably check the rear end on the trailer and make sure it's still full of fluid. But yeah, I mean, you know, the nomads, they're out here, they're doing the work, they're putting up the pamphlets. People like seeing their vehicles when they come out. You know, they like to talk to them. They're interested in their lifestyle. So they have that freedom and availability to be out here to help support the convoy, where a lot of other people, you know, just can't get away from the commitments that they have of life. So in a way, these are kind of the people. These are your soldiers. You know, these are the people that are out here doing what they can do, supporting you. You know, supporting us. You know, because they have that ability. They have that, and I'll tell you, Wendy and Tracy. I mean, they're talking about the convoy left and right. They're handing out pamphlets. You know, they've got people that come to them. You know, in a sense, they're kind of like rock stars, kind of like Big D in the fire truck, because there are people that will actually seek them out because they're just interested in their vehicles and their lifestyles, which then opens up the conversation more about the convoy and, you know, all that stuff. Yeah, no, I need jobs. Yeah, I didn't think I had to go into it. I mean, yeah, jobs. You know, security, you know, paying mortgages, car payments, you know, kids that you got to get home, you know, get to school. Yeah, I'm not shaming anybody. You know, I'm not saying, you know, I fully understand it. You know, there are people that have the ability to come, you know, and there are people that don't. You know, but these are the people that can come. You know, so I don't know if I call them homeless. You know, they choose to be considered whatever that term was I said earlier. It's not blanking on it, but yeah. Oh, yep. And that's, you know, and that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to keep it running. You know, honestly, you know, if I wasn't here, and when I, you know, like I said, when I first started, the convoy just left people behind, you know, and that's just not, yes, and I also made that clear in the video describing the Mechanics Fund and the Cash App, or actually I think Hippie brought it up, but I reiterated it. Yeah, no, we're not paid, we're not paid, sponsored, or, you know, endorsed by the convoy in any sense, because to do so, potentially, if something were to happen, then it's liability. Anybody that asks me for work is trusting me that I know what I'm doing, and I'm risking my own hide. You know, it's the same as if you go to your neighbor and you say, hey, can you sit here and do my brakes? You know, it's the same type of situation. You know, it's the same kind of situation. So, and that's what the convoy wants, because, you know, if something were to happen, they don't want to be blamed for it. So, wrenches and wreckers, yeah, I think we're reaching out to them too, maybe. They're good guys. I know they helped out Sasnak. Yep. I don't know about the free tows. I actually went to them when we needed to tow Minnesota Mike, and unless I talked to the wrong person, we had been in Hagerstown a little bit. Maybe it was a week or two. They didn't give us a free tow. They didn't tow them. It ended up being Grey Wolf had to go out and tow Minnesota Mike back. So I don't know if they did. I can't speak to that, but I know that one incident they didn't give us a free tow. So know. But they definitely supported us. They came out, they flew the banner. I believe they did some work at the racetrack like the first day or two that we were there. But like I said, I got real busy right away after that, and I really couldn't keep track of what was going on. I'm just nothing to be sorry for. It's just like I said, I try to keep the information straight, and that's why I said I don't know if they never did do a free tow. I'm just saying I know it wasn't just free tows for the convoy, whenever, however, so on and so forth. I believe if we would have chose to get a tow from them, though, I think they were going to give us a discounted rate. But it was still where Minnesota Mike was. He was on the belt line. It would have been, an hour and some long tow. So it was just with the expenditure of what it would have cost, even with the discount that they offered, we chose not to do it. It was probably the best rate we were going to get. I just wanted to clear up that they weren't going to tow the bikes for free. And then, whatever the case. And that was my only experience with them when it came to towing. But we had put a hold on donations yesterday, because people were asking about donating. For right now, on the Tracy front, I'd probably put a hold on that too. Let's figure it out. Just be ready. If we end up in a situation where we can't, get a shop that wants to do it for the publicity, and whatnot, then we may need a little bit of funds. But it already sounds like we're going to get a hell of a discount getting it done already. Way below market value of what the labor and the parts cost. So, but like I said, we're just going to hold off on the donations for Tracy right now. I've still got to get her information that, when that time comes, that we have it. And, we're just working the prop right now. We've got all the way to DC. We've got the time in DC. She's on the trailer. She's with the convoy. We're working the problem in route. So that's a cool thing. I am doing the exact speed limit, which is 75 miles an hour. But I know the convoy is doing 45, and there's a little bit of wind. I will do 5 over here and there. Cops don't seem to care, but right now I'm doing exactly the speed limit. No, actually I lie. I am doing 74. Now I'm doing 75. The digital gauge and the analog gauge are off by like a hair. So I don't know why. So the analog gauge said I was doing 75. The digital cruise control gauge said I was doing 74. Tell me what you're trying to about what? You got to be a little bit more descriptive. So like I said, we're working the problem in route. Sounds like good news. Sounds like we're going to either get it hopefully done for free for publicity or at a good discounted rate. At least from the information I'm being told so far. Hold on one second. Diesel Doctor. How do they tow trucks like that? Do they have a button to push to disengage transmission? When we towed Tracy's ambulance, I went and disconnected the drive shaft and then strapped it to the frame with 2 ratchet straps. Then used all the slack to also tie it up to the frame. The drive shaft wasn't going anywhere. We Freedom Ford flat towed it back to our base camp, and then we put it on the lowboy. So it's sitting on the lowboy trailer right now. And I was the passenger driving the ambulance.
if anybody's actually in charge. I never, like I said, I've never been endorsed by the People's Convoy. Again, for that reason that they don't want liability. So I'm not exactly sure what happened on stage. I heard about it after the fact because I had stayed back to work on a vehicle, and I just heard about it like you guys heard about it. I was basically chose by the people. There were mechanics around, and everybody just kept coming to me because of the fact that I was getting the work done. So we're all volunteers. I was the only mechanic at the time, so I was the lead mechanic, I guess, and everybody pretty much, worked underneath me because I had started the cash app. I got the dolly. I'm the one that put out the call for the trailer and got the trailer for us. I've been the guy that's been getting all the logistics done. So just kind of, I assumed the position. I wasn't offered it. I didn't ask for it. It just kind of, I became the lead mechanic. Right now, I guess it depends on who you speak to. I don't know what work is going to Patriot Mechanic. I know that my table is full. I've got people coming to me left and right to work on stuff. I don't know if that's the same situation for him. So I guess, I heard that Trucker G said that he was I think that's what I've been told, that he was, he called him the head mechanic. It's a title. As far as I know, I'm the mechanic that's doing the work, so, the people are coming to me, so I don't know. I can't really answer who's the lead. I'm just doing my thing. I'm not too worried about who the lead is. I don't really care. Honestly, I'm just trying to get the job accomplished. I don't need a title. I don't need a title. I honestly don't know. Jeff, you want to check out and see if Freedom Ford's streaming and see if you can figure out where he is? We were kind of split up at this last facility between a couple of different parking spots, and I didn't see him last night, so I don't know where he is. Freedom Ford went to Arizona. All right. He's a grown man. He can make that choice. Well, my viewers said and answered it. He's going to Arizona. We don't need to be telling people to leave my channel there, Jeff. I mean, come on. I'll talk about Freedom Ford for just a second. Overall, I had a lot of things in common with him. We both grew up in group homes, foster homes. We both aged out and got basically told on our 18th birthdays that, okay, happy birthday, get the heck out. When Freedom Ford is happy and everything's going right and whatnot, he's a very entertaining person, and I like being around him. I don't mind being around him. I actually like it. But he gets angry very easily, in my opinion. And when he gets angry, he's just done with it. He's just done. That's what it is. And hopefully in the future, he'll work on that and understand that it's not so black and white. You can have problems and not just be done with everything. Whatnot. I actually like the guy. I wouldn't with, and I think with time and age and experience, he'll grow as a person, and you know, that may not be an issue for him later on in the years. That's all I really have to say about it. You know, overall, I don't mind the guy. I actually didn't mind hanging out with him. You know, it seemed like he gets triggered really easy, and that's the only problem I had with him. You know, that's where it is. Other than that, I actually like it. I gave him that $20 that he asked to borrow. I told him to keep it, and I also cash apped him an additional $20 because it was really big of him to put everything to the side to help Tracy out and tow her back. So I felt he should have been rewarded. I also was on his stream, and I posted his cash app and told his viewers to give him a little, you know, because he really did deserve it. You know, that was very big of him, and I actually got a little bit of respect that he was able to put all that stuff behind and actually come together to help Tracy. So, but you know, that's all we need to talk about Freedom Ford. You know, that's it. You know, hopefully he's happy doing whatever he does, and if he does come back to the convoy, you know, and he isn't angry with me, you know, I'm more than happy to talk to him and hang out with him and, you know, whatnot. You know, I actually enjoyed his company when he was happy, you know, when he wasn't mad at me or whatever the case, you know. So yep, that's the situation. So next topic, what are we talking about today? You know, I stayed back to do a little bit of maintenance with the RV, you know, dump my tanks, fill my tanks. I wasn't in a rush to leave. I'm probably about 25 miles behind the convoy. I'll probably catch them at the fuel stop. Because again, they're doing 45, I'm doing... Catch them before we get to the fuel stop. You know, here's what it is. You know, I think I'm in a good place. I think we've put pretty much everything behind us. I think everybody's ready to just kind of leave everything, every doubt fresh. And I think the transparency of the mechanics is helping to do that, because then nobody else can be a naysayer, and you know, because they know if they want stuff to go just for parts, that's where you're supposed to donate. So, you know, I think it's a good thing. I think everything's gonna be just fine. Yep, so am I. So that part of the conversation, and let's go to another topic. What else do we want? The Dodge is getting a whopping, in this wind, whopping 9.5 miles to the gallon. He's definitely not liking this. I'm definitely driving into a headwind, which is not actually doing very good. Let's see. How's the phone doing? Overheating yet? No, I think part of the overheating problem was the fact that I was trying to heat up Tracy, so I was running the cab a little hotter than normal. I am 64 miles from the fuel stop. Wonderful. How do you... Oh, slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Do not people with power. Yeah, I can't read those long ones, guys. Sorry. I've
got it next to my rearview mirror so I can kind of glance over without taking my eyes too far off the road. But I can't read paragraphs. I mean, I'd love to. I'd love to be able to sit here and have somebody else drive and just do like an after dark kind of situation. But yeah, we're moving off those topics. Any comments that come in, I'm just not going to respond to them, so it's fine. We're trying to figure out a different topic that we want to talk about right now. All right, so we're going down to a 1 lane. I guess we'll sit here and keep my spot. Oh, there's the end of the convoy. See Blinky? I just found the convoy. I think I'm gonna, so guess what? I'm back with the convoy. Probably turn my CV on. We can listen to some of their chatter. But yeah, I just found the tail car. So there you go. I'm here. Yeah, it's construction, but I'm also at the tail of the convoy. So it's all good. It's all going to be just fine. So now I'm in front of the tail of the convoy. So I'm officially back with the convoy. See? I don't worry too much about falling behind for a little bit to do some stuff in the morning because I need to be in the back anyways, and I know that they drive slow. That's cool. Thank you, MB. Ah, now I see the spelling. MB. You were talking to me in person. I get it. Hi, MB. I couldn't figure out how the heck you were writing it. You tried to explain it over and over, but now I see it. MB. I don't know if I'd ever say that we were friends. I mean, I wanted to be friends with them. I want to be friends with everybody. The only important thing is when it mattered, we came together and we dealt with an issue, and we got it handled. So I mean, we're not all going to be friends. We're not. We're all different people. We're all different personalities. There are a lot of people that really like me and appreciate me and love me, and then there are people that hate me and wish I'm dead. I mean, when you get this number of people, you're going to have different personalities, different views, different religious views. I mean, and all these different differences of that people have you're gonna have conflict. You're never gonna have a kumbaya type scenario. It's just not gonna happen. So I mean, I do the best I can. I try to be friends with as many people as I can be, and the people that I think the people that like me definitely outnumber the people that don't. And that's about the best I can do, you know. So what topic are we talking about now, so I can kind of get in on the conversation? Yes, I agree with that. Common bond is we want our freedoms back. I brought a crap load of tools, but my intention was I wanted to have enough tools that if I needed to fix anything on my own vehicle, that I was prepared to do whatever repair I needed. Now, Tracy is riding with Rose today. She was going to ride with me when I was servicing my camper. Rose came up, and you know, I don't know why. You know, Rose was like, "Well, do you mind if she rides with me?" And I'm like, "No, I don't mind if Tracy rides with you." So she's riding with Rose today, or at least to the fuel stop. I don't know. We'll find out if Tracy and Rose get along by the time we get to the fuel stop. If Tracy or Rose can't stand each other, well, then Tracy will be back in my truck at the fuel stop, most likely. So, you know, to be later determined. Stop drinking what? I know, I want to read this because I don't drink. Also, stop drinking while you're moderating. Oh, okay, no, I don't drink. All right, come on, guys. Stop beating up on my moderators. You know, I mean, he does a really good job. I mean, you know, he's doing a lot for the convoy. He's not just being my moderator. He's helping me get parts. He's sitting here and he's doing other things I'm asking him to do. He's all, you know, he's a big asset to what I'm doing. So, you know, come on, guys. You know, Jeff, you know, I don't know, Jeff, you don't have to defend yourself. Just, you know, I don't know what's been being said, but let's just calm this whole thing down. Let's just let it go, whatever it was, okay? Whatever it is, let's let it go. And we'll go from there. We hadn't determined what was wrong with the ambulance. That, you know, we believe it's a bad transmission. It was guesstimated, you know, by somebody. I don't know who. I don't remember if I put a number out or not. So, like I said, we don't know yet, you know. But we're not talking about this anymore. I mean, I'll end the stream if this doesn't calm down right now, or I'll just tell Jeff to just start banning people that just won't listen to the fact that I'm telling us that we're not going to talk about this anymore. It's just that simple. Well, right now we're talking to shops about basically trading. Well, it's free publicity for them. The streamers are going to definitely stream about the fact that this shop came through and helped Tracy. So right now, a couple of different shops are sending in bids to look at and fix Tracy's ambulance right now at a severely discounted rate. So that's where we're at right now. Like I said, we're in the middle of working the problem. You know, we've got all the time to go to DC, and we've got the time while we're in DC to sort this out. We're in the very beginning of trying to figure out what to do. We put it on the trailer. It's on its way to DC. Tracy is safe. She's got a place to sleep. And we're making the phone calls. And Jeff has been instrumental in that. You know, we're making the calls. We're trying to find shops that want to volunteer their time. Because most of this cost is going to be labor. It's not parts. It's labor. So, like I said, you know, shops don't want to be out physical money for parts, and I get that. And if we end up in that situation, you know, like I said, this repair in a parts situation is not that much.
It's the labor that's going to be involved that's the real big expense. So, like I said, we're working the problem. We just give us some time. Give us some time, and we'll keep you updated on what we find out. Just give us a little time, and we'll work that problem out. That's kind of where we're at. It's all very fluid right now. We've got new information coming in. It's working. Well, we're planning on having it done by an actual transmission shop. So, we're not looking for a backyard mechanic that says he can do it. We're looking for actual, AC certified, accredited transmission shops that have been doing it for X number of years and are fully transmission apart and get it back into working order. We're not really even looking for diesel techs because, it'd be nice to have a diesel tech check the truck over, but honestly, I think the engine side of it is sorted out. I think took some bad advice from somebody that was claiming they knew about diesels, and now after talking to some actual diesel techs, that information was not good. It never should have been run lower on oil to verify, because that opened up a whole can of worms with the oil foaming, which then caused problems with the high pressure injector pump trying to compress oxygenized oil, which isn't going to work because the air is going to compress, not the oil. And hey, it's just going with the information I was given because I've never claimed to be a diesel mechanic. So that's where we're at. All right, come on, guys. Let's change the subject. What do we want to talk about that's not? It's not convoy, not the ambulance. I think we're all tired about talking about that stuff. It's been asked and answered. I want to talk about that. What service is that? Please be specific. What service is what? 007. Besides mudding and hobbies, I don't know. I ride motorcycles. I've got a few really nice motorcycles. I've got a 1995 Dyna convertible, which shares the frame with a Dyna lowrider. So I went out. I didn't really like the convertible look, and the paint job on the tins were in pretty bad shape already. So I was able to lowrider tins, which have a better looking gas tank in my opinion, better gauges and stuff. The convertible kind of has gauges like a Honda, where they're up on the handlebars. So you got your tach and your speedometer right up there on the handlebars. That's never, in my opinion, been a cool look for the Harleys. I've always liked it where there was more stealthy in the gas tank. And the Dyna convertible, or the Dyna lowrider, had the gauge in the tank. But it's a dual gauge. It's a tach and speedometer, unlike the Dyna wide glide, which is just a speedometer. So I thought it'd be kind of cool. I'm going to probably switch out the narrower fork that bike has with a front end from a Dyna wide glide, and I'm going to probably do some custom metal work. My really nice bike that that I've won a few first place awards on was a bolt together. Differences with that one is you buy the parts, and you put the flat
assembled it, and yeah, it looks cool, but I didn't do any real customization. I just bought something out of a catalog and I bolted it on. With this bike, I want to actually do some cutting, welding, grinding, stuff like that. And if somebody sits here and asks me, hey, where did that foot peg come from? Oh, so that way when it's cool, it's I can sit here and say it's not only cool that I assembled it, but it's also cool that I made that. Now, vacation spots. I have to say I did really enjoy the Florida Keys. That's probably my favorite spot I've been. Was down in the Keys. It was expensive, but here's a pro tip: if you're military, there's a base down there, and you can stay on the base for I think like $10 a night. I've got a friend that's still in the reserves, and I'm not sure exactly how that works when you retire, but he's in the reserves, and he goes down to the Keys all the time, and he just stays at the base. So, and it's like $10 a night for him, and he gets to use the on-base mechanic shop. They've got kind of a. I guess there used to be like in the movie Christine. Stephen King's movie Christine, the kid goes to take it to the shop. He was able to rent a bay and borrow tools. I guess that was the thing back in the day, and I guess a lot of the military bases have setups like that where you can go in there, you can rent a bay, and you can use the tools and fix stuff. So yeah, no, it's pretty cool. If you're military and you want to go to the Keys, all you gotta do is show your CAC. You can get on the base and pay like $10 a month or something and camp there. So even in the Florida Keys.
All right, 007, I just got out of instruction.
So yeah, I don't know. Eric does not speak for it. Nope, I do not speak for any of the other.
I just got out of construction.
Or the People's Convoy. I'm just me. I'm my own person. Anything I say is my opinion, or it's basically my opinion. Yeah, anything I say is my opinion. I don't speak for anybody else. I try to, if I say something, it's based on maybe something that I've heard, or something that I was told, but firsthand for the most part. I don't try to spread gossip or rumors or whatever. Everything I say is basically just my opinion. I am not in any official capacity, any part of the People's Convoy, other than just another participant, just like anybody else that's here, that just happens to be volunteering my time to work on stuff, because I know I have to actually sit down and really think hard how many vehicles that I could guarantee 100% wouldn't be here if I hadn't stayed back to keep them on the road. But I know there's been quite a few. I don't know. I'll actually have to sit down and figure that out. I work on so much stuff, it kind of all blurs together. I'm always pulled in so many different directions. I don't really think about every single vehicle, because I'm jump starting this one, I'm sitting here fixing an alternator on that one, I'm plugging a tire on this one. The really big jobs, yeah, I really remember, but the ones that take me like 15, 20 minutes, I've been doing this now, almost 2 months. I honestly don't remember every vehicle I've worked on. I just know I work almost every day from the minute I get up to the minute I go to bed. Although I have to admit, last night was pretty nice break. All I had to do was deal with Wendy's trailer just a little bit, and do that video with Hippie, and then oh no, Big D hit me up. We found a port on his truck, and we were trying to figure out what it was, so I had to bring my air compressor over and do something for him with that. We ended up figuring out that it was the air no, it's just, yeah, you know, yesterday was actually a pretty easy day. Thank God, videos that yeah. So, I mean, I'm excited about the fact that Santa agreed to do that interview. I've got to set up a time with him. I was talking to WYSIWYG last night, and I accidentally didn't talk to Santa beforehand, so I won't be doing that again. I guess I didn't realize that I kind of ambushed him on camera. So, Santa, if you end up watching this, I apologize, and I'm going to talk to him in person and apologize. That actually was uncool of me, and I just, there was no malice in it. I just didn't, it just slipped my mind. I didn't even think about it, because, I mean, he's so outspoken about it. I guess I never, and I don't think, I don't know, I haven't spoken to him, but that was uncool for me to put him on the spot like that. I should have talked to him. I should have talked to him about it. Should have talked to him about it off camera and made sure that he wanted to do it, and not sit here and just ambushed him on camera. So, Santa, if you're watching this, I apologize for doing that. In the future, I will definitely make sure to talk to you off camera. That's 100% on me, my bad. I just, I don't know why. I sat here and I told Wizzy about it and how excited I am to be able to do that with Santa, and how important I think it is and whatnot. And
I've never had a problem catching up with convoy, even when I pulled off. The back and the rear, you slow down. You don't come in flying at like 75 miles an hour.
You get over into lane 1, turn on your blinker, and he'll back off and make room for you. That's what he does. Just give him time to make some room before cutting in front of him. So yeah, I like the blinky back doors. It's all right. So I guess in my excitement, okay. So yeah, I guess in my excitement, I just brakes.
I heard my name.
You guys see all that smoke? That guy hit his brakes hard to the point he dragged tire.
We're just loving
I can smell the rubber. Wow. Yeah, he smoked that tire. I'm not really putting that out there, but I live more on the east side. You're on the opposite side of the state. So yeah, like I said, if Santa, if you're watching this, I do apologize that I didn't talk to you off camera first. That's 100% on me, and I won't make that mistake again. I'm still new to this, but like I said, he seemed cheerful about the idea and wanted to do it. It'll get the message out, and it'll help me understand it better, and hopefully it'll help you guys understand it better, what the Emergency Powers Act is and what our exact goals are for it. If we're trying to get a rewrite, a complete, because I have questions just like you guys have questions. So, like I said, we're gonna sit down, we're gonna get this sorted out, and Santa's gonna be our guide to it, you know, and you know, we'll see how much he understands it, and you know, hope he can explain it to us, you know. Like I said to him in the video, I just he seems passionate about it, you know. I'm following him because I believe he's a good person, and you know, he's done the research that I haven't really been able to. You know, if I was going with Freedom Convoy, I never really understood either of the messages. You know, then I ended up starting to wrench, and it was like, well, you know, my ultimate idea is that this isn't going to be the only thing that People's Convoys work. You know, this is the topic of the moment. You know, this is what they're working on right now. But when they saw a bigger issue in California, then we turned around and we went to California. You know, if we achieve the goal of ending the Emergency Powers Act, or whatever exactly we're looking for, confident in saying, you know, that we're going to move on to the next bigger issue. So, I mean, I think the real goal for people right now is even if you're not really into the whole Emergency Powers Act, helping the convoy achieve its goal gives it validity and strength. If you're more interested in, or you feel is more important, the convoy has a voice of change to influence those decisions, you know. So I guess that's why I'm here, you know, is that, you know, from what I've heard, you know, I personally, you know, and like I said, I'm not going to go into it because I really do want to have this interview with Santa. So I'll put it out there, you know, exactly what my views are about the Emergency Powers Act and what my understanding or misunderstandings are, when he can kind of straighten me out right there on camera. But, you know, it's just, it's faith in the convoy that we're trying to, you know, the country better, get back to more of where there's really envisioned us being, because I think the country is straight what it was initially envisioned, and you know, I think by helping the convoy accomplish their mission here and grow in numbers and be stronger and exist, change in other issues that come up further down the road, you know. So like I said, you know, America, do what you want to do, you know, but right now we're the only game in town, you know, that I'm aware of, other than the state level. We're the only game in town that's dealing directly with Washington and doing that stuff, you know. But the state level is definitely where the power is. The states can take back the power from the federal government. First responder said this morning the convoy is not growing. That's not true. I've actually had a few new drivers introduce themselves to me, you know, because I'm Mechanic Eric, you know, and tell me, yeah, we just joined the convoy. So I don't know where Joe got that. May not be growing, you know, by leaps and bounds, but I've actually had first-hand experiences with people that I've had first-hand experiences where people just at this last stop came up and introduced themselves, and you know wanted to meet Mechanic Eric, and you know told me, yeah, we just showed up, we're joining the convoy. I had some really good conversations with a couple of cattle haulers and whatnot over at the truck stop. Pretty cool guys. And, there's another guy that's running a load west, but then he says he's coming back east. And, if the time frames match up, he's going to run with us. So, I mean, everybody's got to do what they got to do to try to make it happen. Yeah, I mean, that's, I will tell you, I'm kind of getting disappointed in my biker brothers, I go to the charity, or I've gone to the charity events, I've done the bike rides, I've done all this stuff, and I haven't heard anything. Oreo, what you doing? Oh, he thinks it's NASCAR. He wants to sit here and warm up his tires. I can do that too, Oreo. See, warming up my tires. Love you, Oreo. So yeah, I don't know. I would definitely like to hear from some of the bikers and see, hey, what's going on? It's warming up. The weather's getting better. What are we doing here, guys? Because that's. We can be super strong going to Sturgis. We can be super strong going to Daytona Beach. We can go to all these places and pack in entire towns where we're almost shutting them down. But, it is what it is. We'll see what happens. I don't want to speak bad to them because for all I know, they got something planned and I just don't know about it, But, yeah, I just haven't heard about it. I will say that I'm kind of disappointed in Ted Nugent. I'll put that out there. Ted, I'm disappointed in you. Actually, hold on. Ted Nugent, I'm disappointed in you. I was actually looking forward to seeing you. I heard the excuse about your being ready, not being fixed. You can change a motor, you can change the transmission. That just didn't fly with me. It didn't fly with a lot. I'm off as an excuse. It's whatever. You've got tons of vehicles. I'm actually really disappointed you didn't show up. I'll be dead serious. Every time something kind of happened, I was kind of waiting for you to pop out from behind the corner, and I'm actually really disappointed you didn't show up. So, get off that one.
I'm behind it.
So, yeah, no, I'm putting that out there. Yeah, he was going to bring that Bronco that Stacy David built, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, if that vehicle's down, he could have driven something else. I mean, money's not, I'm not going to sit here and be like, I don't know his financial situation. I'm assuming that he's financially well off. In a pinch, I can't see that vehicle couldn't have been put back together. No matter what's wrong with it, I don't think he's that hard up that he couldn't have replaced the motor, if that's what it ended up being, or couldn't have just came with something else. I mean, like I said, that because he said on his podcast he was coming, so yeah, I'm calling him out on it. That definitely I definitely was watching for him when the skydiver guy came in. I actually thought that the guy that skydived out of the plane, I was like, that's some crazy shit that Ted Nugent would do. So when they had the skydiver in Hagerstown, until I saw the guy, I'm sitting here going, holy shit, that's good. That is Ted Nugent style, jump out of an airplane, fly, land, the whole 9 yards. I was like, holy crap, that's something I would have expected him to do. And then when it, where are all these people that speak about freedom and patriotism and talk about how bad the government is and how wrong things are and people are sitting here talking about change and your freedoms and all that stuff. Where are you? Where are you? I'm here. Where are you? So, yep. So that's that. Yeah, that's that. So, okay, next topic. Ooh. There's some Final Destination action right there. I am not going to be driving behind that vehicle. Cool. Did you enjoy the conversation while you were doing your dishes? Yeah, we're currently going 45 miles an hour. I think tomorrow I'm going to leave about 45 minutes late. No, I'm just kidding. And we are 35 miles away from the fuel stop.
This rate 007, you might have a hard time getting up there to in front of the convoy for fuel.
Yeah, we'll be alright once we get them running again. It's moving now. When those big trucks get view in between you and the other ones, then they can't see to get over.
I've lost control of my laptop. It's all good. I could probably use a break from talking. I'm definitely going to go to the Hagerstown location. Probably not to camp, but there was a restaurant. If you turned out of the raceway and took a right and went through the town and went up the hill, there was a little restaurant. Something Springs Cafe or whatever. They had their grandmother would come in on the weekend and make homemade meatloaf, and I guess it's extremely popular there. And it sold out very fast. And when we went there for meatloaf night, I wasn't able to get any, but I made an agreement with the owners, and they actually pulled Grandma in on a weekday and specially made me meatloaf. I think they charged me $15 some dollars. I gave them a $20 tip, and I had it in my freezer. And when Little Big Rig broke down and we were stuck, I think we were in Texas, with that coolant line that originally broke, and we were waiting for the tow truck that never came, and then also finally waiting for the flatbed because I got a hold of somebody in the convoy to come back with a flatbed to pick her up. We had that meatloaf. We took it out of my refrigerator and we enjoyed that meatloaf, and everyone there was very happy that I had that meatloaf with us, and all said that it was the best meatloaf we've ever had. So I'm definitely going back for another meatloaf. So even if we don't end up in Hagerstown, I do have some friends that are in that area that basically hung out with us for those 28 days that I would like to see, and I'm gonna go get myself some more meatloaf. So I'm going to Hagerstown, even if we're not camping there. Say thank you in person, even though I emailed them and sent them some photos of us enjoying the meatloaf. Now that we're going to be back, I'm gonna stop in and thank them in person. No, I don't. I only have the information that you guys have. I will probably, if I need parts or I need something shipped and that arises, I may be able to get my hands on it, but I won't be able to share it. Even if I do get it, it's only supposed to get out when it's released on the website. That sucks. I would have liked to have seen Jersey J again. If anybody finds out if he's coming back to DC, let me know, please. I don't know anything about his content or whatnot. I just know, and that's the same thing with a lot of the streamers. I only know my personal interactions with them. I don't have time to watch their feeds, so my opinions of them is based on their character and what I've seen them do in the real world when they're not on stream. In the case of Jersey J, when we had an issue, he was one of the first people to stand up and help me do security and things like that. So I give him a lot of props right there. He had my back. We had a gentleman that was walking around in full military body armor, and I didn't know who he was. People were like, should there be somebody walking around in full body armor with a hard helmet on? And, at the time, I was the only guy that was on the radio, and Jersey J came and backed me up, and I had to go and deal with that guy. So, it was nice to have somebody, that had my back, if something had gone down, and he was right there. So, like I said, I know some people have had some comments about him, left, right, whatever, but my interaction was he had my back, so that's where I'm at. Same thing with Joe. I mean, really, I haven't watched any of the streamer streams, and it's just been personal interactions as my opinions of them, and so far I've got no ill will against any of them. But we definitely need to flood Golden Renaissance. Everybody's got to go in there and sit there and tell him when he's streaming, hey, Mr. TikTok, because that's his nickname. That's the nickname I've called him from day one when I first met him in Monrovia, because I've always called him Mr. TikTok. We got to get him to accept that nickname and that's his new name, is Mr. TikTok. I don't know if he's streaming now. I think he's I think he says he's pivoting to TikTok. I'm not exactly sure what he's doing, but over and, you know, get him to change his name to Mr. TikTok. That is the location on her channel. Yeah, he's in West Virginia, was camping, pros, cons, dragging the RV. Pros, it gives us time to find a shop that's willing to do it for the publicity of doing it, and maybe just wants to do it just out of the kindness of their heart. It keeps her safe, keeps her not being a person that's just left behind to deal with things. It lets us work the problem. That's the pro. Because ultimately, wherever she ends up, if we were to leave her of any real family to help her out, so it's not like she's getting further away from like a home base, because she doesn't have a home base. She's a nomad, so she's kind of in the same situation wherever she is. But we're going to pivot off that again. Nicole Robertson, has 3-acre lot for you all to camp on. Must sign a code of conduct agreement, no drugs, background checks, no running water. That's fine. We haven't had running water pretty much anywhere we've gone, so that's not a big deal. But thanks for the update on what Freedom Convoy is doing. I may go touch base with them. I made a lot of friends with Freedom Convoy, so I may take a day off. Friends, because they were camped out with the People's Convoy. I'd like to catch up with them, see how the things are going on their end. So that's good to know. I've got her number directly, so I'll give her a call when we get to DC and figure out exactly where they are. I'm usually too busy working on stuff, so like I said, I'm not an official member of the convoy. I'm just another person like anybody else. I'd only heard about one, and I don't know the circumstances of what it was. I didn't hear that he got kicked out. I heard that maybe it came to light and he chose to leave. I don't know. Unfortunately, like I said, I'm not in that loop. If it really doesn't pertain to working on vehicles and fixing vehicles, they don't usually come to me with that. So that's all I really know. I hear whispers here and there. I did not hear about a second person, so I don't know. That's news to me. But again, that's only rumor that I heard. So I can't confirm rumors. Okay. Well, I mean, then that's your answer right there. I mean, that right there would really be your answer. Is if Trucker G, being an actual organizer and part of the actual official convoy, sat here and said that he kicked him out, then that's pretty much the gospel right there. pretty much got it from the horse's mouth. Yeah, I don't really understand why you would ask me. Okay. Yeah. You'd have to ask Freedom Ford. You guys pretty much are the ones that told me that he left. I did not know. I wasn't aware that he left. So, again, I'm not in that inner circle. Jeff's just a volunteer too. He's not an organizer. He's just a guy at home that for whatever reason can't come join the convoy. So he's got skills that he can use from his house that helps me. You know, he's not an official person either. So, you know, he's just another volunteer that's just trying to help me do what I'm doing. You know, I'm saying I don't know, and I don't think Jeff would know either. Again, we're not in that inner circle to know what Freedom Ford's doing. Okay. I'm assuming Jeff, he said something like that on his live or something. Yeah. Alright, so according to Jeff, Freedom Ford said he was going to Arizona on his live. You know, so that's the only information that we have on Freedom Ford. So. Yeah, I know he's from Arizona. I think he said Phoenix or something like that. And he initially only planned to roll with the convoy for like a day and then go home, and then he extended it. So, you know, there's a few people that have sat here and said, yeah, I was only going to go for up to the state line, and then I just kept on rolling. So, you know, that's cool. You know, we'll see what happens. You know, maybe he'll come back to DC, or you know, maybe if the convoy ends up going down to Texas at some point or whatever, you know, he'll join back up at a later date. I wish him the best of luck, and you know, I have no ill feelings against the guy. You know, I mean, any conflict that we had was not really that bad. You know, I mean, I think given enough time, we can get past any of our differences. So I wish him the best of luck. Yep. Yeah, he went to go see his father. That's what he said in the meeting. 22 miles at 45 miles an hour. So far as I know, Marcus is the only organizer that hasn't taken a break. He's been here the entire time. Yeah, I personally don't like driving in convoy. I like to just hammer the miles down, get to my destination. But, you know, being the mechanic for the convoy, you know, this is where the mechanic should be, you know, so that he can easily respond to any type of emergencies, any vehicle ones that break down, you know, you should be at the back of the convoy, and that's where I'm at. So, yep, it is. It does kind of remind me a little bit of Illinois and some areas in Wisconsin. I'll tell you that. It's getting to be a little bit more Illinois, Wisconsin-ish type landscape. A lot of flat, straight roads. I mean, Wisconsin got a little bit more variation in hills and turns and stuff, but you know, the tree line, the grass, it's starting to look a little bit more like home, you know. I miss my friends, I miss my family. I do. But, I'm doing a lot. I'm keeping a lot of people going. I may not have the time to put out pamphlets and stuff like that, except for like when I go to parts stores, I do mention them with the convoy, and then people will ask, and I tell them what we're doing and stuff like that. But you know, I think what I'm doing to keep these people up and running, you know, and make their lives a little easier, you know. Neil, who's part of Freedom Convoy, he had his 2 small children with him. Him and his wife and his 2 small children. Dad just had an electrical issue. It was their onboard battery charger that charged the house batteries and kept blowing the main breaker, or blowing one of the breakers. So a good portion of their camper didn't have any power. And it felt really good to be able to diagnose that, source apart, get the electrical back working in their camper, get it so that their house charger would work. It was probably safer too, because his only other option was basically to plug the trailer, and emissions from more risk of carbon monoxide poisoning having a vehicle running in close proximity to your trailer. Really good that I was able to help him out with that. You know, there was a lady that, you know, when we're boondocking, you know, you don't have power, you don't have electricity, and you know, having a refrigerator and having to run your generator all the time just to keep your food cold, you know, is kind of a pain. Now, this was a dual functioning refrigerator. It could run on propane, or it could run on electric. Propane system wasn't working. Ended up being that the igniter had gotten too hot, and it changed the gap. So I showed her how she could raise the gap back up, told her to go buy a new one, and you know, if she kept on wanting to just, you know, adjust that gap, she could. It still functioned. It as she drive down the road, the vibration would make it droop, and then the spark was too close, so it wouldn't ignite the propane and activate the refrigerator. So, I mean, that just made her happier. There was a lady that had a sensor that was malfunctioning on her leveling system in her camper, and you know, so there's this buzzer that would just keep going off. All the levelers were up, you know. I didn't know about the leveler systems. I'm not, you know, I'm not an RV tech when it comes to those Class A's and stuff. But that, you know, you can tell that it was all locked into place and it was fine. She just wanted me to basically disable the speaker on the alarm that kept going off. Repair shop, and I was able to easily just, you know, desolder one of the leads for the speaker and take that out for her. So, you know, she'd been driving with it just blaring at her, you know, for like 2 weeks, you know. So, I mean, you know, it's not always life and death, you know, the vehicle, you know, is going to be stranded or whatever. A lot of times it's just things that just make people's lives better, you know. So, I mean, you know, there's been a lot of those types of instances where it's just, you know, I've had the time, you know, it's going to make being here more enjoyable for the person, and makes me feel those things, and you know, make their life a little better. Life's, yeah, make their lives a little better. So, you know, and you know, someday I'll be able to tell my grandkids, you know, or my kids will be able to tell my grandkids, you know, how their grandpa Eric was part of the People's Convoy, and he kept people on the road, and became a famous not TikTok, sorry, I'm on YouTube. Why do I always have TikTok on the head? You know, and you know, be able to tell my grandkids I became a famous YouTube star. You know, and that's enough. You know, that's enough. Yeah, I'm good with that, you know. So, I mean, that's why I'm here, you know. I don't know if it's intentionally. I see this, you know, Eric is underappreciated, you know, by the leadership or whatever, or the powers to be. I can tell you that they do a lot of hard work, and we don't run in the same circles. They are usually a lot of the repairs are in the RV and car section. I do work on some of the semis. I have worked on some of the semis and stuff. But the majority of what I'm doing is usually at a different location or in a different area. So they're usually in meetings trying to set up new venues. They're dealing with a lot of other issues. So I'm not trying to make excuses for them, but they haven't seen it firsthand. They've heard about it. I mean, I'm pretty sure, you know, they know that I'm out here. I mean, obviously they know I'm out here doing this. To what level that I'm doing it and to how much time and effort I'm putting in, I don't know or think they know exactly how much effort that I've put in. I don't think they realize that initially, before the Cash App, I was actually paying for things out of my own pocket. You know, I don't know if they're aware of those things. I think right now, you know, a knife is probably in my future. I don't know for certain. There was a lot of misunderstanding and confusion. I had a conversation with Mrs. G. You know, when the whole ambulance parts thing happened, and I think there was a misunderstanding where she believed that I was going to bring the parts out because I had made a statement that we were working on finding the parts, and ultimately, if I had to, I would bring the parts out. and I think she took that as I said I was bringing the parts out. So there was a miscommunication, which made her upset, which probably made Trucker G upset, because, you know, it is what it is. There was just a lot of miscommunication on that day. You know, so I don't know if, you know, with him controlling who he gives the knives out to, if a knife is in my future. I never got one of those medals from Hagerstown either. You know, the hero medals that everybody was running around with. A lot of, you know, trench coat, a lot of the other people that were doing parking and directing traffic. They were in a higher visibility situation. They all got those. I was in the back working on things, so the people that were handing them out never found me or never heard of me. You know, would it be nice? Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, it'd be nice to be recognized for the hard work I put in. You know, they did, one of the times I did save the ambulance, they did mention it on stage at one time, you know, but I'm not here for that. I've never been here for that. You know, I just, I'm not trying to get famous. The only reason I'm doing this YouTube is because, you know, you guys were asking the other streamers to have me started, and it gave me something to do. You know, I'm not trying to take it too serious. I think it's cool that there's 190 people watching this right now. Glad that you guys are here. Otherwise, I'd be sitting in this vehicle by myself, you know, looking at the back of the car ahead of me. So, you know, I appreciate you guys, you know. You know, I think it's cool that you guys watch me and, you know, you find what I have to say interesting. I enjoy, you know, I enjoy our after darks. I need to get back to doing that. I just had a really busy day yesterday, because then I can interact with you guys a little bit more. So yeah, I mean, I've never cared about the title. You know, you know, what's gonna happen is gonna happen. You know, if you know, don't go beating Trucker G up. Don't go into his DMs. Don't go into his chats. You know, start hammering him. I mean, you know, just if it's gonna happen, let's let it happen naturally, and if it doesn't, well, you know, that's just the way it is. You know, I mean, I haven't even seen the knife. Maybe I won't even like the thing. I don't know. You know, I mean, I guess I'd be appreciative of the symbolization of it. You know, I don't know, but it's a thing. It's a thing.
Take exit 177 onto US 83.
It's, you know, it's just a thing. You know, I don't care. You know, I care about what the people in the convoy think. You know, and the people in the convoy, they come to me when they need work done. That's all that matters. Anybody, the only time I've seen them go to anybody else is when I've been on a big project or doing something else. So, you know, I know who the people, that's me. And I can say that with utmost confidence. I've got vehicles I've got to work on. We're, you know, Saznak's old truck, you know, his super fan Gary, I'm doing his brakes when we get to our stop where we're going to be there for 3 days, because they're not gone, they're just starting to get a little thin, and we might as well replace them. So, I mean, you know, I've got a couple other things I've got to work on. So, I mean, you know, I know who I am. not a big deal. Yeah, I can't speak to them. I mean, I did watch videos that were put out about them, so I've heard other people's opinions of Brian, Mike, and Marcus. I don't know when Mike's coming back. I know he's the one with he's the one that controls the account that the donations come into. So if he had left the convoy, nobody would be getting fuel. So I know he's still a participant and an active person in the convoy in that aspect, because we're still getting fuel. If he wasn't for the convoy, he would just stop. He said he's coming back. I believe that he is. Overall, I think I think they're all good people. I've had interactions with them all. I mean, Brian. I mean, if anything sits here and says anything, Brian Brazzi asked me to work on his semi. I don't know. I mean, if that doesn't mean that, I would think that means something. And I did what I could do, but he had a swapped motor that wasn't a normal motor, and we were able to pull a code that even the dealership couldn't come up with. So not much I can do, other than the fact that I did diagnose that he had a leaking radiator and kind of did the patch that we could do to it. But I mean, he had the confidence in me to have me look at it and do some repairs. So it is what it is. Huge difference between 700 and airfare and 1,000. Okay, you guys are just talking to yourselves, I see. The schedule thing, I think part of the reason why it's not released is it's not confirmed yet. It's still that's what I'm talking about, is when they're on the bus, they're in meetings, they're negotiating with all these venues, and they're dealing with all these logistical issues. I'm not certain that we have a final destination yet, and that's what they're trying to figure out. So I think they can't tell you because they just don't know yet. They haven't secured anything in DC yet. So I mean, I understand it. I'd like to know where we're going too. I mean, I'm there with you. But honestly, I think it's just a simple fact that they just haven't secured the venue yet. I mean, it's probably a little bit more difficult for them because, Hagerstown was originally supposed to be, a couple of days, and then, it turned into an encampment. I mean, they got taken care of, and, I mean, my understanding is that, it wasn't ideal because it wasn't the original plan, but, it worked out. I think, the other venues now are definitely understanding that we're not planning on going anywhere anytime soon. So, there has to be a full understanding that, we're going to be here for a while. So you're signing up for what could be a bigger convoy. I mean, I've heard whispers that there's a couple other branches possibly joining up when we get more to the East Coast. So this could be getting bigger. But again, I'm not spreading rumors because it's just rumors. Until you actually hear that those convoys are on the road, we just, it's just speculation. That's all it is. Until I see the whites of people's eyes and I see video footage of them on the road, I take everything as speculation or rumor, and that's how you have to take any of that type of information. So, like I said, we'll see what happens. Anything I say is my opinion. That's just my opinion. I'm not an organizer. I will say with the fact that I have been with the convoy as long as I have, and I've done as much as I've done, I never would have wanted a seat at the table for decision making, to get a vote on what the convoy does. I don't want that power. I think you guys know me enough that I'm not a power glory hound. I want my name in lights, the whole 9 yards. But it would have been nice if I was able to be in on some of the meetings when we're talking about venues and things like that, so that I could handle logistics on the mechanic front a little bit better and maybe address some concerns, like if there was a situation where, maybe I needed to stay back a day, if we were doing something, then I could bring that up to them, and at least in their decision making, they knew that I had a need to stay behind for a day, so maybe we just would keep the convoy back a whole day or something. Just that line of communication would have been nice, that's the only thing that I guess I would have liked. Go to Santa's stream, then Eric can't help you, or go to American Freedom Convoy in Hagerstown. Okay. I don't know. I thought that was, to me, I saw the American Freedom Convoy thing. I thought maybe you guys were telling me some information about what was going on with them. But yeah, that's just what it is. I think we kind of got off topic. We got some supporters on the bridge. Tired. 4.2 miles. At least I can stop and get a soda or something. I went to talk to my stream and I went and keyed up my CB again. Yeah, if somebody's going to go through the effort of staying on a bridge and waiting for the convoy to come by to see her and cheer us on, I definitely will put the effort out to roll down my window and give them a wave back and give them a little toot-toot on the horn. We definitely like seeing it. It's definitely appreciated. Okay, why are we slowing down? Miles back from the convoy. This car ahead of me is probably going to be my next project car. I don't know what the heck's wrong with it. She's got, could be just as simple as she needs to go out and get a new battery. I know it's getting jumped quite often.
In 2 miles, take exit 177 onto US 83
But
toward North Platte.
I've had jumper cables hooked up, and I don't know if she's got a security chip in her key. I'm not very knowledgeable on Nissans. I hadn't looked at the key very much. But I know it'll have like a security light issue. And it won't start. It just won't do anything. It won't crank. It's like literally like the security system saying, nope, we're just not going to.
How are you doing, sir?
You know, just like the security system saying, nope, not today. Then she'll wait, you know, a few minutes or whatever, and it kind of resets.
We got 2 more jumping in here, man, right behind you.
And then she just turns the key and it starts up, you know, I mean, so yeah, I'm not sure exactly. It hasn't not started yet, so other than jumping her, I haven't really had to do too much, but that's probably going to be the next vehicle that I'm going to have to start putting some effort into, you know. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I have a good scanner. I do. Conrad borrowed. I don't know. When I'm done with it, if the convoy's still around, I'm supposed to leave it with
In the suites, we're coming back in.
when the convoy's done with it, then they're supposed to contact him, and then he'll decide what to do with it after that point. I don't know if he'll want it returned or send it off to the next one, but it's a really high-end snap-on scanner. So, I mean, yeah. You know, I'm still figuring out all the different things on it. It's much different than the factory scanner that I'm used to using. But you know, it's definitely very useful. You know, I'll have to see if it's got features that can look at the security system, you know, and see if that's something I can pull up. But like I said, right now, so far, she's just needed jump starts. So, you know, but that's probably gonna be my next project vehicle I got to work on. Yeah, we're getting there. We got a mile of running the emergency ramp, I guess. At least according, well, no, 600 feet of the emergency, the getting off of the
Take the
ramp.
exit.
It says we're still a mile away from the fuel stop, so it must not be right off the exit. He's got his kickstand down. That's not good. It's folded back, so at least he won't pigeon it. If he sits here and leans over, it'll just drag. Yeah. There's a lot of people that, like Ted Cruz and stuff, you know, that sit here and talk about our freedoms, and I mean, they do their stuff in their part, but yeah, I just wish they'd show up a little bit more often. Yeah, it'd be nice if they actually showed up a little bit more often.
Yeah, my fault. I want to know why I don't fly it.
shut up for a minute. There you go. Oh yeah, I don't know if I ever said it, and I said, I know when I
just hope I got hot dogs.
it was literally the first day I started streaming. It was funny. First responder
Fire weird.
set up my my live and put me on live right away. And not too much longer after I was on live, somebody there and came up to me and said that my camper got hit. I guess I never remembered to address that. Somebody had rubbed up against one of the poles that the camper uses to come off the truck. And I don't know what kind of damage they took, but I mean they basically just scratched the paint. It's still secure, so that's good. But yeah, I somebody said they had a video. I'm gonna have to ask around and find out exactly who it was that hit my camper. I don't really care. It's just a little bit of a paint. I checked it all out. The leg's secure. You know, they were trying to park next to me and just didn't know the distance of their vehicle, so, or how wide their vehicle was, and they just rubbed their fender or something. So there you go. I'll give you an update on that.
Take breaks in the morning.
Wow, my chat has really gone off the rails. 501c3. I don't know which one that is.
Jake breaks
I
down
don't know
better
by the
than the
numbers.
pressure through your house.
What's my favorite cookie? Don't do a lot of cookies. I mean, a good hot chocolate chip cookie right out of the oven when it's still nice and gooey. That's nice. I like Oreos. You know, chocolate Oreos. I like mint Oreos. My favorite drink is Shamrock Shakes. I know they're bad for me. And here's a TMI. They make my poop green. But I actually enjoy Shamrock Shakes. Favorite food? Pizza. I don't know why. I could live on pizza. It's bad for me, you know, because of all the carbs and stuff. But pepperoni and sausage pizza all day. There was almost a year of my life I lived on nothing but frozen pizzas. Back when I was a kid.
If you guys can see me in this Holiday Inn Express parking lot, that's where I want you to be when you go past the gas station. Stay to the right.
Let's get the four-wheelers on.
Is that addressed to me?
Locals can get past us.
I'm just curious. Oh. Charlie McDennis. You're an adult. Okay, no, that wasn't addressed to me. I was just about to sit here and say if that was addressed to me, I'm like, dude, you're on my channel. Why are you watching me? But I see that's addressed to somebody else. I was like, wait a minute. Bread, meat, dairy, vegetables, pizza. Yeah, that was kind of my running joke. It was all the food groups right there. You know, that was what I was kind of joking about. Is like, yeah, it's all my food groups in one meal. I've actually got a pizza oven with me. I actually like it, so I'm gonna promote this pizza oven because it's actually a pretty nice unit. It is. It's kind of like a George Foreman, you know, where it's a clamshell, but it's the diameter of a pizza, so it's round. Betty Crocker used to have a. They used to sell it. They used to sell it under that label. It's a different manufacturer that makes it. It was just labeled as Betty Crocker, but it actually works really good. You know, and you know, just for your standard size frozen pizza, It kind of traps the moisture in, cooks on the top and the bottom. You know, it's kind of convenient, you know, because it's not, you know, like the normal size pizza oven. The Pizzazz one, I never really liked it because it had this heating cooling cycle as it would go around, because it would only heat one section and keep rotating. And it was in the open air. I didn't really ever enjoy that one. But this one works really good, and you know, you can also use it as like a hot plate. Oh, here we go.
It won't idle.
Then you need to. Then when
I
you,
can't get over it. Died.
No, I understand. I get that. Well, just stop. No, I understand that. If your car doesn't idle, then when we get to places like this, you need to go around the convoy, because you could have, yeah.
It just happened real quick.
I know. But in the future,
Can you pull me over?
well, you're out of traffic. You're in the emergency lane.
Yeah,
So you're fine. They're fine.
I have an idea.
There's only one guy that's behind me, and he's the end of the tip.
Oh, okay.
So everybody else is already taken care of. So I'm going to pull a little bit closer to you.
Okay.
And then I'll get out and we'll take a look at it, okay? She didn't run out of gas. She's got some issue that if she idles too long, that car does need some work. I don't know what it is. You know, like I said, it's always started. It hasn't gotten to the point where it doesn't run. You know, this is the first she told me, or this is about the second time. I think she told me this earlier today. This morning when I jumped her, that she can't idle, otherwise it dies. So she's probably gonna have to just sit here for a few minutes while it does whatever it needs to do. And I'm gonna get a jump pack out, and I'm gonna see if jumping it goes. I mean, the alternator always shows 14 volts when it's running, so the alternator is working. It's not that she's running out of electricity. You know, and she does have a bad O2 sensor that's throwing a check engine light. So, you know, normally the computer ignores the information from the O2 sensor. You know, so I don't know why it's overfueling. She probably needs to replace it, which is probably why she's having problems with idling. Like I said, I called it the next vehicle I was going to have to work on. So, all right, I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Come on back.
right there. Stopping on the move. We'll take one four-wheeler down here, please, at the gas pumps. And they're up. We'll take 3 more four-wheelers at the gas pumps, please. Oh, you guys? Where you at, man? I'm hollering for you. Just in there, driver.
Radio check. Check in the mail.
One four-wheeler, please. Just the four-wheeler, no trailer. Nothing else. Just the four-wheeler at the gas pump, please.
007 and Dennis, but I don't think either of them have radios. But I'll relay the message. Okay, I was just checking. Thanks, bye.
And 16 are both clear. We need a car.
Just to let everyone know, Jesse is still in the convoy, and no, he did not break the smokers. I don't know where the telephone game got fucked up. Pardon my English, but it needs to stop.
Taco Joe, can you meet me by the front doors? What front doors? Fat dogs. Damn, what?
four-wheelers and campers need to come back to the Holiday Inn Express to stage it. Oh. Come back to where you started after you got off the highway. Just come back and stage where you were before you got fuel. Two more four-wheelers to the gas pumps, please.
around to see if a four-wheeler can try to jump her because I can't get next to her with this truck and trailer. I think she's going to need more power than a jump pack, but that thing, that is one of those vehicles that shouldn't be out here. She just informed me she was at the Nissan dealership today. I told her that it needs a throttle position sensor, but they didn't have one. That explains why she died at idle. She's got electrical, she's got issues with her electrical system. Something's going on that literally she's been nursing it, basically. She's figured out that if she turns everything off and doesn't touch anything, it'll usually start. But if the heater's on, that puts too much load on the system, and then it won't start, and she's got to wait 10 minutes for that to work, and whatever the case. So, yeah, it's an interesting little dilemma. She's got a security light that comes on that flashes on the dash as soon as you put the key in, and then it's the security system disabling it. I know that part's happening too. Yeah, it's a whole conundrum of compounding problems. She's got one of the cheapest battery connectors you can have on there. The other side's got a quick disconnect battery thing. Yeah, it's definitely
Here, you got a copy?
yeah, go ahead.
Need me to go get anything for the vehicle?
I'm not sure what we can do about it. It's a whole bunch of compounding problems that she's got. She's got a faulty throttle body position sensor, which she had diagnosed at the Nissan dealership, so that's why she died in the first place. The starting issue sounds like she's got a whole bunch of wiring problems, the way she's been describing it, so it's just an ongoing wiring problem. Yeah, I don't know what I can really do for her. I'm not sure. Hey Wendy, what's up? Well, Dennis did, so. I keep hearing a sound. Well, a little bit of a click is not anything too much because, yeah, well, I'm trying to deal with this green car that's broken at the moment. Yeah. I'm putting it on my list. Another vehicle I gotta work. I'll look at it. I got you. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with fueling because I don't see any big trucks. That's fine. I got gas cans. It's fine. Okay, then I'll just go park and figure out what's going on with this green car. Go from there. I just gotta find a parking spot then. Alright, that's fine. No big deal. Okay. I'll figure something out. Not a big deal. Alright, bye. Anybody that wants to back up there or drive up that road and jumpstart that green car, both of my jump packs are kind of dead, so there isn't really much I can do. I can't get my dually around there with the trailer.
Dennis, kind of it.
You just rolled off, Eric.
Oh, there she goes. All right, yeah, yeah. There it goes. It started up again. So nobody even jumped it. She just kept sitting there and it just started up on its own again.
She was waiting for you to shut the light.
Oh, was she really? It wasn't running when I came down here. I was coming down to figure out what was going on with fuel, and then I was going to see if somebody could go up there and jump it. And she had it wasn't starting. It wasn't doing squat.
stalled out originally because she just told me that she's got a throttle positioning sensor that was diagnosed in Nissan today that was bad, but they didn't have the part in stock. So, you know, she can't sit here and just idle. She's gonna have to try to keep moving, you know, because idling is what's shutting it down. But the starting issue is a whole nother basket worth of case. It needs new battery terminals because those things are like the cheapest, junkiest cable things. It's really done very poorly. That can be part of her starting issues. So, I mean, there's a lot of compounding problems with this car. Definitely some new battery terminals would be a good first start. The top to side post style, like you'd have. She needs a set of those, definitely. Auto parts store near me.
Here's what I found.
There's a mile away. Alright, I'm gonna go step out and see if this lady wants me to change her battery terminals. See if that fixes some of it. It's a 300Z. I don't know the exact year. Nissan. Where's she going now? Okay. But it's running. Yeah, I don't know. There's the battery. I put a load tester on it. The battery's fully charged. It was sitting at 13 volts. I put a load on it. You know, I don't know what the amperage was, but even if it was 1,000 call cranking amp, it registered as good. She's having some electrical issues, so yeah. All right, I'm gonna go talk to her, see what she wants to do. I'll be back.
Juicy, you got your ears on, or Kitty?
Kitty's got her ears on. What's up?
Minion is looking for Gypsy. He's standing up here by my car.
Roger that.
He's up here by this old Dominion truck parked in the Holiday Inn Express lot.
What's he driving?
It's Minion. Go to the yellow bobtail. It's Minion. He's going to his truck now, the yellow bobtail. Alright, there they are. Cool. Santa, if you got it on, I think we're getting close to being all ready. 10-4, tell me when you guys are ready. Mount up, convoy, mount up. Mount up. boys and girls.
Headlights on for safety. Let's roll.
Anybody know where Dinner Bell is?
Bucky, you copy? Bucky, you copy? Follow the voice to find Dinner Bell. I'm on the big speaker.
Okay, well, someone stepped on you. Dinner Bell is where?
It's over here under the big Hobby Lobby sign.
10-4.
Where do you want him? I can give him a message. Sounds like he's on the wrong channel.
Radio check.
Checks in the mail.
I got a new microphone. I don't know if it works better or worse than the old one.
That sounds good.
10 Roger, thank you.
Bucky, you copy? Pepper. Big D, are you leading the motorhomes out or what? I don't know if he has his radio on. Oh, it works. Okay, Joe, I'm coming in behind you. Alright, you guys know the drill. Let the campers get out, then the four-wheelers.
RVs, it's getting to be your turn.
Yeah, they're coming. Alright, we got a red light. You want us to pull over with the center, or you want us to do a slow roll? We got scales up there in about 3 miles. Let's do a slow roll. Headlights on, everybody. Headlights on there, Paula. Headlights on. Hey, they said I'm throwing a box of rocks. My bulbs are out.
Alright, so the green car magically decided to start itself. Like I said,
I still didn't find the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile.
like I said, I think there's an issue with the security system that's disabling the starter. But she's pretty much figured out that if she sits there for about 10 minutes, she turns the key and it starts again. It died, she's got a bad O2 sensor, and then she also has a bad throttle position sensor. I guess the dealership she took it to yesterday didn't have one in stock, so yeah.
Is Hippie Mama driving a fire truck?
The battery terminals is probably about the jankiest installation I've ever seen, so we're definitely going to change those out. That might be part of the problem, because that just isn't right, and that's something. No, battery was fully charged. I had you guys saw me with a load tester. saw me with a load tester, and when I put the load on it, it still showed good, even if it was 1,000 cold cranking amp battery. It was holding a 13 volt charge with the car off. So I mean, I think the idling with the throttle positioning sensor out and the O2 sensor, the computer's trying to run on limp home mode mapping, and the idling's just not happy. So that's what shut it down. You know, but it's running right now. I didn't do anything to make it run. And she's just gonna ride to the next stop, and then when we get there, I'll go to the parts store and get she had to pee. I didn't really have a chance, so so when we get there, I'll run to a parts store, get some new battery cable connections, because I can see that that's a bad ground, a bad power can definitely be a problem. She's got a quick disconnect that's kind of really janky, so I'm gonna change out the battery terminals, and we'll just reassess from there. But this is going to be above what we do. If she's got this electrical issue, that's a specialty thing. That's hours of diagnostic. You know, Nissan will have boxes that they can plug in that can trace all the wiring harnesses and check ohms and all that stuff. That's a little bit more than what the mission is here. So, you know, I'll do what I can do for her, but, you know, I've advised her that she's going to have to take that one into Nissan and probably have the electrical system looked at and figure out why it keeps tripping the security system. So yeah, and that's where I'm at. Is, you know, I can do what I can do. You know, I can only do what I can do, and that's what I'm gonna do. I can see that the battery terminals are really janky, and I know a bad ground can cause a lot of issues. So I'm gonna try to correct up those battery connections for her, and we'll just reassess after that, you know. But that's her decision. I didn't tell her. I sat her and told her, hey, there's a parts store a mile away. I can go get you some new battery terminals. And she says it's running. I just want to see her get there, you know. So she's just gonna drive. She's a grown woman. She's made that choice. That's what she's gonna do. It's not cranking. I don't think it's anything to do with fuel. I think she's already said it's a throttle positioning sensor, so that was confirmed by Nissan. They just didn't have one in stock. And that makes sense with the fact that her O2 sensor's not working, and then her throttle positioning sensor's bad. She only has a problem at idle. You know, the limp home tune isn't perfect. You know, then compound the problem with the fact that she's got a security issue that is tripping the anti-theft device. You know, the factory anti-theft. You know, just is what it is. That's a new truck. Yeah, it was one of the drivers that came up to me, so he's new. So, like I said, I'll do what I can do for her, you know. But at some point, that's getting above my my abilities. We'll probably hook up the scanner, see what the scanner tells me when we get to the next place. You know, thus far, she's only ever needed a jump, and I don't think she actually needed a jump. I think it's just that 10-minute whatever reset that it's doing. Because like I said, the battery tested out strong. I think it's just, she thinks she needs a jump. So, figure it out. It is funny though that the other mechanic didn't stop or didn't come up. So whatever. It is what it is. So I've got another project I got to work on when we get to our another destination. You guys heard that phone call come in, so
You got a copy?
I got to work on that too. That's nothing too major.
What are you looking for?
It's Wendy. She just wants me to double check her U-joints.
Right. Know where we're at.
You know when you put a vehicle in drive or reverse, you get a little bit of a clunk. She just wants that extra.
We're gonna wait till you all get in line and get going.
Extra security of knowing it's okay. Dennis did check the U-joint or check the bolts. I wanted to make sure they stayed tight. You know, not overly too worried about it, but you know, seeing how I got the time, I can just crawl underneath there and do it. She wants me to re-verify that they are still tight. So, minute and a wrench, not a big deal. That is possible. It is possible. She could need a fuel filter. Her fuel filter is actually right underneath the hood. It didn't look like it was old, but you never know. That is one nice thing about that car, though. It's right there under the hood. Easy access to it. Well, when the car starts, it puts out, 14 some volts, so that's good. And like I said, even when it died, it still was holding a 13 volt with the vehicle off. So the alternator's working. If it was draining off the battery, it would have been like 10 volts, 9 volts, something like that. So, the alternator's working. The battery seems to be in good shape because it took a load test and, said it was good for a 1,000 volt cranking amp battery, which I guarantee it probably isn't 1,000 volt cranking amps. So it at least comes up in the good range for 1,000 volt cranking amps. No, I didn't check the rear tire air pressure. I definitely will do that because you're 100% right that if it's low on air pressure, it definitely could have affected the fuel system and starter. Just not being level. Not being level, it probably wouldn't start. See, I can do sarcasm too. We'll do that at the next stop. Yeah, she didn't want to do anything once it was running. She just wanted to leave it running. So we're just gonna deal with it at the next stop, and I'll get to the year, and we'll find out where the drive position sensor is, and I'll let her know. That's a quick fix. for me. That's what Jeff does for me. So not only is he moderating, he's already on it. He's already found her part. So at least for that part of the problem. So okay, I'm gonna let you go, Jeff. I'm gonna get back to driving and live streaming, and we'll deal with it when we get there. Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. All right, bye-bye. See, like I said, Jeff makes it so I can do what I do. I appreciate him so much. So I didn't have to call around looking for a throttle positioning sensor. I mean, that'll fix the one problem, and the battery terminals could be it's really janky. When I say it's really janky, it's really janky. So a bad ground can cause a myriad of other problems. So it's a possibility that things may resolve themselves with a new set of battery terminals. We'll do that. We'll see what she wants to do about the throttle positioning sensor, and we'll go from there. And then at some point, I'll hook up the scanner and I'll see if I see anything on live data that's doing stuff. I don't know if the scanner has the capability to interface with the security system. I'll have to test that. I haven't fully figured out all the capabilities of it yet. But thank you, Conrad, for loaning it to us. And I'll get more into it when we get there. I will say it's a little complicated to try to get into her car because she's very short and I'm very tall, and the seat won't go back with the stuff she's got in it. So this will be interesting. But everything's going to be just fine. Hopefully we drive a truck like mine and they catch you with red diesel, you're in trouble. You know, but more so if you're in a commercial vehicle, it's more likely they'll dip a tank in a commercial vehicle before they'll do it in a personal vehicle. Every law is only legal if you get caught.
There, good work, good work. Convoy, I got the back of the back, so if you haven't seen the silver BMW, you aren't tight yet.
2022 Toyota Corolla will fix the issue guaranteed. Yeah.
I'm behind our green camper.
Yeah, that green car is basically an example of a car that probably shouldn't have been out here in the first place because
I think we got
she
it
knew
now.
she had an O2 sensor problem. She knew she had this starting issue that her mechanics have been trying to... See, she's had this at a shop. She had this at a shop before, and she's just kind of figured out a workaround that if she makes sure that the lights are off and the heater's off and everything's off, the car will start. But she's never fixed the problem. You know, it's progressively becoming a worse and worse problem. She's got a little bit of corrosion on the negative battery cable up where it connects to the firewall, and so it could be that she also has some other corrosion issues. I'm not exactly sure where this car started out. I'd have to look at the license plate, but we could have some corrosion issues because as cables corrode, it's like turning off the faucet for water. You get less flow as you turn the faucet off. The more a cable corrodes, the more restrictive it is for letting power go through. I am at the back of the convoy right now. Tom is the only person behind me. Otherwise, I'm at the very tail end of the convoy. Big D was just, I looked, he's reattaching his flags. I think they were coming loose. But otherwise, I'm at the back of the convoy. Yeah, like I said, she's got corrosion somewhere. She's probably got a bad terminal connection somewhere that's got some corrosion that's probably restricting flow to the electrical system. Could be as simple as some grounding points that, between the body and the engine and the body and the battery. That could be an issue. I mean, like I said, this is definitely this is more of a shop thing. Somebody needs to go through and spend some hours going through and like cleaning up all the ground points. That's not really what the mission is here, you know. But I will do what I can do for her, and I'll put some new battery terminals on because I can tell that these are junk. Jeff's found a throttle position sensor and she's got a code for it, so mean, I'll probably hook up the scanner first and see what the live data tells me, see if there's any information. You know, I don't like to just part swap. Just because the computer sits here and pulls a code for it doesn't always mean that that's what's wrong. Probably do the battery terminals first, because like I said, a bad ground can throw off a sensor. You can have sensors that get faulty data, because every sensor in the car uses grounds. I didn't have a chance to. I'm going to do that at the next stop. I didn't have a chance to. She was very adamant that all she needed was a jump start, so I actually left the scene to go down and talk to some people and see if I could get somebody to drive up to her to jump her, because with the dually with the trailer, it wouldn't have been as easy of a task to jump her. Her battery's on the opposite side. Even if I would have blocked the lane of traffic, it just wouldn't have been safe. So, you know, and then she had the car started, so I really didn't get a lot of time to do much. You know, that's just what it is. I actually am skilled at doing that type of electronic diagnostic. That's why I kind of also know how entailed that could be. I know a dealership, a lot of times, what they can do is they'll have what's called breakout boxes. You can disconnect harnesses, and then they'll have boxes with switches and stuff, and they can actually test each wire in the harness. You know, it's a lot easier if you go to a dealership that deals with it, that has those things of equipment. Being an older vehicle like that, though, she may have to find a specialist that does that. You might be right, McDennis. I mean, we'll find out. She said she had 2 codes when she went to Nissan. One for the O2 sensor, which she was aware of, and one for a throttle position sensor. So, like I said, I will get the new scanner on there, and I'll see what I can find out. You know, I'll definitely put some new battery terminals on there, because, like I said, you'd be surprised how many times you can have a lot of problems with a car just from a bad ground connection. And yeah, we'll start off there, and we'll just keep on rocking. You know, we'll start out with the battery terminals, then we'll put the scanner on, see what information that tells me, and we'll find out what kind of rabbit hole I'm going down. And you know, when it gets to be to the point that I've decided that it's going to take somebody that's a specialist of looking into the electronics, I'll sit here and I'll tell her this is above what we do, you know, and go from there. But I can see that there are problems that we can handle for her, like a throttle positioning sensor and like battery terminals, and we'll do that. And maybe she'll be lucky, and that's all it is a bad ground. Because that battery disconnect that she has on the negative cable is in very bad condition. So that could be a problem right there by itself. Yeah, electrical shorts are not fun. That's the bane of every mechanic's existence, is trying to chase down an electrical wire problem. Because that could be something simple. They're just waving. I was about to pull over for them, but then I realized they were just waving. That's about what I'm figuring, but we'll get a definite answer when I talk to her. I was going to ask her, but she was very adamant she had to pee, so that wasn't the time to ask her. battery actually looks like a newer battery. It doesn't, like I said, it tested out just fine. So, electrical shorts, hunting can be a huge, yeah, that's all I could read of it, but you're 100% there, right there, Conrad. She doesn't have it doesn't appear to have a security chip in the key, so, you know, it doesn't look like a fancy security chip key. It could have one, but it didn't appear to be. Oh yeah, I'll definitely take a picture of how the terminals are prior to doing anything with them, and you'll all agree it's janky as hell. I mean, I don't know who the heck thought that hooking up the battery with the wires and the terminals the way they did was a good idea, but it definitely fits in with redneck engineering. I'll give you that. It's definitely a redneck engineering cable management, cable hookup to the battery. Definitely nowhere near factory. But a good set of terminals that go from like a top post to like the screw-on lug style should get her sorted out in that situation. Welcome to the chat there, Lisa. The guy on the bike is actually one of the truck drivers I was talking to tonight. He's not going all the way to DC, but he's going to ride with us for a little while. Pretty cool guy. He was busting my chops about me, and he's like, it's not a Harley, and I'm like, dude, it's got a Harley engine, it's carbureted, it's on a soft hill frame. Well, I guess it's an S&S lower with Harley jugs on it, and I'm like, well, so what? It's a clone Harley then, but it's still built, you know, with Harley parts. It's a Harley. I don't know why so many people get, you know, they're like, it's not a Harley. No, it's a Harley. It's a Harley. Just because you changed out the lower, it's made by S&S. Here goes our Freedom Outlaws. I wish I had my bike here. I really do. There's Monkey. Liberty Lauren. And that's just somebody. I'm glad the green car started because literally standing there, that thing was 100% DOA. You turn the keys, dash lights didn't come on, nothing. But you turn the headlights on and the headlights would come on. I mean, it literally, you know, it's a wire to probably the ECM or something that's just not getting a good connection. You know, it definitely was weird. It was dead. Like, there's just, you turn the key and there was just nothing going on in the car. But you sit here and you turn the headlights on, the headlights turn on. I mean, you know, like I said, you know, baby steps. I'll sit here and I'll start with the terminals and just work the problem. Because she's got multiple wires going to each terminal, so it could just be a loose connection, you know, between the different wires that are going to the terminal. She could have a short, just not getting a good ground. I'll clean up each one of the ends and put them on a new set of terminals, and we'll just see where we're at and reassess from there. Oh yeah, I didn't realize I'm right behind Saznak Superfan. Saznak, I've said it before, but for anybody that hasn't heard before, this van, this Ford Transit van in front of me, actually used to be owned by Sasnak. And Gary, the guy who owns it now, I joke, you're such a super fan of Sasnak that you bought his vehicle. Life. So. Yeah. He's a good guy. You know, he need to run for any parts. That was him. He's definitely, I mean, he's not officially my parts. He's been willing to go and run and grab them, so I guess in a sense he's my parts runner. He was also on the hill with Dennis when the ambulance broke down, and I guarantee he would have been willing to run to go get those parts. So, you know, but that is what it is. Sasnak did, or Gary drove that van all over to Alaska?
School bus outlaws coming up. Can you make us some room, brother? Make sure everybody got out of that truck stop back there. Yeah, everybody was gone when we left. 10-4. Convoy looking good. Hey, right, I went around and checked all the trailers, tires, and everything, and the bikes, everything's good. Good deal.
So it was Sasnak that actually drove that to Alaska?
Looking sexy.
You're welcome.
It looks like we're all here now. Everybody made it out of the fuel shop.
I'm smelling a lot of diesel fuel for some reason, which is kind of weird. I wonder if somebody's running rich. Because I can smell raw diesel fuel driving me on the convoy here. Hopefully it's not a problem that I'm going to have to deal with. Burnt diesel fuel coming out of their exhaust. That's possible too. That is possible. nice thing about going these speeds is my range is going up. So we got 156 miles, and my little fuel thing even says it's going to be about 190 miles range. So at least I don't have to splash cans today. That'll be nice.
Is that you, Murphy? Sure. Want me to pull over with you?
I mean, I can always use things. I'm not, if somebody wants to donate to my Cash App, that's great. I'll spend it basically like I have in the past. I mean, you guys have seen what I do with it. So if you guys want to donate, go right ahead. I'm not out here sitting here and, promoting it. It's in the bio. Jeff puts it in every once in a while. It's nice to have the funds available so that if I have to buy something, I can. If you want to donate, go right ahead. If you don't, it's fine too. Right now, I'm good. I don't know what's going on with the mechanics thing. I know they're already about $1,000 in the hole with their mechanics. With the mechanics fund that they started, that hippie's in charge of, I guess. So yeah, I don't know what the deal is, but it's definitely nice to have funds available. I think if I look right now, I heard somebody donate earlier today. I didn't look. Let's see where we're at. Okay. I got 4 dings. Well, thank you very much. It was at like $30. I've got 25 from one person, 100 from another, and 100 from another that came in today. So that's really pretty cool from you guys. And we're sitting at a total of $275 in the Cash App. So that's where we sit right now. If I could get it in front of the camera, I'd probably do it, but the windshield's in the way. But thank you very much, guys. So what? Yeah, I said $25 plus 200. So yeah, I was at $50 at the beginning of the day. It's $275 right now. So thank you for everybody that donated. I don't want to just put your names out there, but thank you very much for the donation. I appreciate it. Transparency. I'm, I don't know. Now that my Cash App isn't linked to, it never should have been called the Mechanics Fund. Somebody just thought that's what it should have been called. Now that it's just my Cash App and there is a separate Mechanics Fund, I don't know if it really matters. Those donations were donated to me to do basically whatever I feel I need to do. So, if I see it being any different, like when I see live streamers that that have like the little cash tiller things. I've seen like when I watch like video game people doing video game stuff, it'll sit there and pop up on their bot that says X number whoever donated $20. I mean, I guess that's the same thing as when that comes up. I don't know. I'll talk to Joe and see if it's a good idea or whatever. I'll get some advice. But, you know, like I said, I've always been trying to be transparent about everything, so, you know, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still learning this whole YouTube thing, so. Yeah, I did hear that Super Chats takes 30%. That just seems weird. Why anybody would want to do a Super Chat? You know, knowing that, you know, 30% of whatever you donated just goes to YouTube or whatever. I don't get that.
Get this Winnebago trailer up to the front. He's blocking the view.
You know. There's my final destination vehicle again. Will not be riding behind him. I'm really surprised he can have it overhang that far over the back. Well, he has an oversized load placard on it, but still. Well, I imagine that's probably true, that it probably takes a little while to get the money. Maybe that's what that other YouTuber was telling me, that he told me that YouTube only pays out on the 20th or 21st of every month. Maybe that's what he was talking about. So maybe they hold all those Super Chats until that time. Yeah, probably does look cool when it pops up in the chat, but personally I'm a cheapskate, so having 30% go to YouTube as a processing fee just seems very inefficient, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, everybody knows you donated it, I guess, so, you know, I don't know, whatever. As far as I know, Cash App doesn't charge any fees. I haven't seen that I've been hit with any fees. Anything that's come up as a donation appears to be the full amount. So, and the only reason yeah, I'm playing a driving simulator. This is American Truck Driver. That's what we're playing. I've got an awesome, look at the high def graphics here, you know, I mean, it seems so real. It seems like real life, you know. This is the American Trucker Simulator game. There we go. Yeah. Whenever there's a situation, I'm pretty sure Cash App at some point, you know, once it becomes more popular. I mean, I had never heard of it before Ripta kind of told me I should get one. You know, once they get popular enough, they get enough users, they'll probably start slapping some type of fees on there too. Right now, they're just trying to get their base grown, so, you know, they're eating the bullet probably on that. So the thing I do like about Cash App the most, was the fact that that was nice to let that driver in. Thing I do like the most about Cash App was the fact that I was able to add it to my Apple Wallet right away, and even though I don't physically have the card, I had instant access to the donations. Where I do have a Venmo, but the card got shipped back to Wisconsin, and I had no access to it. Luckily, there was only one donation, so it really wasn't that big of a deal. And when I realized that other than being able to make purchases online, those funds were pretty much not usable, I just stopped promoting the Venmo. So I'll tell you, for setting something up quickly, if you have an Apple phone, Cash App really is the most useful. If you're ever in that situation and you have an Apple phone and you need to have somebody send you money, you set up a Cash App and you get the digital Apple card, that goes into your Apple Wallet. Whatever anybody sends you, within a couple hours you can have access to it. And the only place that so far doesn't accept it is Walmart. But you can get around that if you buy stuff on Walmart's website. You just then have to wait for them to pick it and then you do the what do they call that? Where you just drive up, you tell them you're there, and they bring it out to you. So there is a workaround. It's a little bit more of a pain though, especially if you're ordering a whole bunch of stuff. But yeah, it's the only workaround I've found for Walmart for using Cash App. But that's not always perfect either, because I was standing in Walmart. I saw they had a product. I used the Walmart app to scan the product, and Walmart said they were going to have to ship it, but they had a whole shelf of it sitting in Walmart. So sometimes ordering your stuff online for Walmart can not work out, because I don't know if they just have inventory issues or if they have like a minimal stock that they need to keep in the store or what. But I wanted to buy a bottle of Fix-A-Flat slime brand. There was a whole shelf of it. I scanned it with the app and it told me that they were going to have to ship it to home, that they didn't have it in the store.
Lane closure ahead in a quarter mile. You're still on the fastest route.
So yeah, it's just funny that Walmart's got Walmart Pay. I'll have to look into that a little bit more. Maybe there's some way I can link the Cash App card to the Walmart Pay or something, but they are literally one of the few companies, of the bigger companies, that does not take Apple Pay, which really is really surprising, And I've actually, now that I don't normally use Apple Pay, I usually just use my debit card or my credit card or cash. Now that I've actually had a reason to use Apple Pay, I'm actually surprised how many places do take it. The other thing that kind of frustrated me is I found a really good deal on coolant at one of the Walmarts, and they just had cases of it. It was on like clearance. I was like, wow. It was $5 a gallon for 50/50 mixed coolant of the house brand that Walmart carries, and but they would only let me order 4 online, otherwise they wanted to ship it. oddly enough, when I ordered those 4, it must have put them below their minimum thing, because when I tried to do a second order of 4, it said I would have to ship them to home, even though there was like a whole shelf section full of that coolant at $5 a bottle. Yeah, I would have liked to have bought a little bit more. At that point in time, I only really had the Cash App to work with. I hadn't gotten any. So. Bought a whole bunch more. That was a damn good price. Never gave me a Menards. Just walk in, I'd sit here and say medically exempt, and I keep on walking. But I'm also a 6'2" guy, you know, and a lot of people just don't want to deal with me. So they just leave me alone. They sit here and they say, "Sir, you forgot your mask, medically exempt, keep on walking." Scan and go at Sam's Club. Yeah, I don't have any Sam's Clubs by me. Back when I lived in Milwaukee, I did enjoy Sam's Club. Haven't been in one for years. Costco's a little bit, I've gone to a Costco a few times. There's Costco's on my route to go different places, so sometimes if I'm en route to go see a friend or somebody, I'll go past a Costco someplace. What'd you guys order from the horse place that was delivered to G's? Just out of curiosity. Again, I'm not in the loop very much. I didn't know Walmart's did any deliveries. That's interesting. I think that's a TMI there, Chris. I think that's TMI there, buddy. Maybe we need to have somebody come talk to you about putting lotion on the skin where you get the hose there, Chris. Okay, Chris, if you say so. Put the lotion on the skin or get the hose. Hi, Jeff. I thought it was funny. I just wonder how many people didn't get that reference, that haven't seen that movie, so they had no idea what I'm talking about when I sit here and say that. That's that generational gap. That's how you know who the young ones are and who the older ones are. also was referenced in a parody in the Joe Dirt movie. So the younger generation might know it from Joe Dirt. I don't know if he said the line, but they basically mimicked the part of the movie Silence of the Lambs in the Joe Dirt movie. I don't remember if they actually said the actual line though. They might have. Santa said no more routes after DC. What are you going to do? What do you mean no more routes? I didn't hear Santa say that, so this is news to me. So you're basically telling me information that I don't know about what Santa said. So I guess I don't have an opinion on it. I'll have to ask him. I don't know. Installed a lot of air horns. I'll have to talk to Mud Pig and see if he is still in a situation where he needs to get it fixed. But I need the time to do it, so. We got that 3-day break or whatever. Well, if I'm having connection issues, it's not coming up on my phone. Try restarting your viewer, unless anybody else is saying I'm having connection issues. The phone's not complaining.
Jeff, we're real shaggy, so keep her slow with this.
Mechanic parts tracker cash app. What is that? That's something they released? Because I've never seen that before, Jeff. Where'd that come from? Oh, that's your. Okay, never mind. I get what you. To me, there, Jeff. That's your cash app. That's what you were telling me. You asked me if you had my permission to put that up. The man behind the curtain. Yeah. Okay. You should have explained that a little bit more, Jeff. I'm sitting here looking at it, and I'm like, where the heck is that coming from, there, Jeff? Jeff reconsidered. I had offered to this is Freedom Outlaws. Good. Hi, thanks, guys. I just you know me. Not a problem, guys. Alright, so yeah, Monkey was standing right there. They were just yakking, I guess. So it's all good. That's what I do. I sit in the back of the convoy. No, Freedom Ford went back home to Arizona. So yeah, Jeff asked me because I had offered. He does all this stuff, and he's doing it all as a volunteer too. Initially, I said, yeah, Jeff, you should put it up, and he's like, no, and then a few days have gone by, and he thought about it, and he's like, if people want to donate to me, I guess, for everything I am doing, and like I said, he's doing an awesome job. He's moderating, he's helping me find parts. I've got him tasked doing a couple other things that